Jai Shri Shri Radha Gokulananda Ki, Shri Shri Sitaram Lakshman Hanuman Ki, Shri Shri Gaur Nitai Ki. Nama Om Vishnu Padaya Krishna Prastaya Bhutale Srimate Bhakti Vedanta Swami Iti Namine.
Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna Krishna
Rama 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 Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare. Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Ram 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 Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna. So on behalf of ISKCON Bhaktivedanta Manor, it gives us a very, very great pleasure to be obviously firstly welcoming all of you on this Friday evening special program at the Manor. You could have been anywhere today. You could have been out, doing your thing, but you decided to come to the Manor, which is wonderful, in front of obviously their lordships, Sri Sri Radha Gokulananda, Sitaram Lakshman Hanuman, and Sri Sri Gaurnitai. And we're also, it's a very special day today, a very great honor and privilege for us. We have a wonderful devotee. He's going to take us through a journey, take us through some wonderful discourse on the power of Krishna Katha, talks on Krishna, and whether it's just theory or is it practical. So it's a very pertinent question for us as we practice our spiritual journey. So can we please give 3 loud Haribols for His Grace, Vraj Bihari Prabhu. Haribol, Haribol, Haribol. His Grace, Vraj Bihari Prabhu ki. Yay. So for us, this is a kind of like a long time coming. Last time Prabhuji was with us was in 2018. So it's been a bit of a gap. Prabhuji is very much loved in our community. He has been, before that, coming every year, giving us guidance, mentorship, teachings. Prabhuji travels all over the world. He's also a prolific writer, blogger. He has his website, Yoga for the Modern Age, and he's written a very highly acclaimed book on monastic life. I believe it's Cricket in the Monastery. Yep, Cricket in the Monastery gives a very good insight into the life of a brahmachari in the 21st century in the Krishna consciousness movement, the struggles they go through, the psychological growth that they go through. So it's a great pleasure. We hope that from this point onwards, Prabhuji will be gracing us with his association, his presence every year now, regularly like he used to, and we don't have to go through so much of a gap anymore. So maybe once more again, His Grace Vajbari Prabhu ki. Yay! Hare Krishna.
Jaya Radha Madhava Radha Madhava Kunja Bihari Jaya Gopi Jana Vallabha Girivardhari Yashodanandana Braja Jana Ranjana Yashodanandana Braja Jana Ranjana Yashodanandana Braja Jana Ranjana Yamuna Tira Vanachari Yamuna Jaya Radha Madhava Kunja Bihari Jaya Radha Madhava Kunja Bihari Jaya Radha Madhava Kunja Bihari Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Rama, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. जय श्री हरिनाम संकीर्तन की जय, श्रील प्रभुपाद की निताय गौर प्रेमानंदे, ग्रंथराज श्रीमद् भागवतम महापुराण की। ओम नमो भगवते वासुदेवाय, ओम नमो भगवते वासुदेवाय, ओम नमो भगवते वासुदेवाय। नारायणं नमस्कृत्यं नरं चैव नरोत्तमं, देवीं सरस्वतीं व्यासं ततो जायामुदीरये। नष्टप्रायेषु अभद्रेषु नित्यं भागवत सेवया, भगवतीरुत्तमश्लोके भक्तिर्भवति नैष्टकी। कृष्णाय वासुदेवाय देवकी नंदनाय च Nandagopakumaraya Govindaya Namo Namaha. Namo Pankaja Nabhaya Namo Pankaja Maline Namo Pankaja Netraya Namaste Pankajangre. Om Ajnanatirandhasya Jnananjana Shalakaya Chakshurunmilitam Yenam Tasmai Shri Guruve Namah. Mukam Karoti Vachalam Pangum Langayate Girim Yatkripatamaham Vande Shri Guru Dinatarinam Paramananda Madhavam Sri Chaitanyam Ishwaram. Nama Om Vishnu Padaya Krishna Preshtaya Bhutale Srimate Bhaktivedanta Swaminiti Namine. Namaste Saraswate Deve Gauravani Pracharine Nirvishesha Shunyavadi Paschatya Deshatarine Vancha Kalpatarubhyascha Kripa Sindhubhya Evacha Patitanam Pavanebhyo Vaishnavebhyo Namo Namaha. Jai Sri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Shivasadi Gaura Bhakta Vrinda. Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare. Yonta pravishya mama vachamimam prasuptan Sanjivayata kila shakti dhara swadhamna Anyam shahasta charana shravana tvagadim Pranan namo bhagavate purushaya tubhyam Katanchana smrute yasmin duskaram sukaram bhavet Vismrute vipritam syat Sri Chaitanya namamitam. Hare Krishna. Thank you very much for coming today evening and giving me an opportunity to share with you something which is very relevant to devotees' lives and also something which is very close to my heart. So we'll chant this verse, you'll have to repeat after me. And then also in the class, we will chant a few more verses, which will not be on the board, but it's easy to follow. So you just repeat after me some verses. And then we'll explain the logic and the science behind Srimad Bhagavatam, how it is very practical in our lives. So essentially, we'll be discussing how Krishna Katha, glorifying the Supreme Lord Krishna, speaking about him, how it is not simply theory. It has a very practical effect in our lives. And we will discuss this shortly. But this is a very beautiful verse which you are seeing on the board. This is a verse which describes Arjuna's condition. We all know Arjuna as a warrior in the Bhagavad-Gita, right? Our understanding of Arjuna is from the Bhagavad-Gita. But Arjuna is also very dramatically presented in the Srimad Bhagavatam. Many years after the Gita was spoken, Arjuna had the responsibility to take the wives of Krishna to safety. And there's a very dramatic story how he was defeated by some ordinary cowherd men. Such a powerful warrior Arjuna who had single-handedly destroyed so many armies, so many divisions of the army during the Mahabharata war, was easily defeated by ordinary men. So then anyway, that's a long story, and then he's very disturbed and he's depressed because Krishna has left this world. His best friend Krishna has left and is in great lamentation and is feeling depressed. At that moment, this verse comes in the Srimad Bhagavatam, which is very relevant for all of us. So please repeat after me. Desha kalartha yuktani rittapo pashamani cha haranti smaratas chittam govinda bihitani me desha kalartha yuktani rittapo pashamani cha haranti smaratas chittam govinda bihitani me desha kalartha yuktani rittapo pashamani cha haranti smaratas chittam govinda bihitani me. Maybe one of you can also, few of you can also chant. Maybe two of you. Any of the men or women can chant. Desha kalartha yuktani rittapo pashamani cha govinda bihitani me desha kalartha yuktani rittapo pashamani cha govinda bihitani me. Once more, anybody? desha kalartha yuktani rittapo pashamani cha haranti smaratas chittam govinda bihitani me. This is a verse spoken by Arjuna. So now we will read the meaning, the word-to-word meaning and the translation. So you can repeat the synonyms, the word-to-word meaning. Desha, space. Kala, time. Artha, importance. Yuktani, impregnated with. Hrit, the heart. Tapa, burning. Upashamani, extinguishing. Cha, and. Haranti, are attracting. Smarataha, by remembering. Chittam, mind. Govinda, the Supreme Lord of pleasure. Abhihitani, narrated by. Me, unto me. Translation. Now, I am attracted to those instructions imparted to me by the personality of Godhead Govinda, because they are impregnated with instructions for relieving the burning heart in all circumstances of time and space. So Arjuna is saying that right now I am feeling lot of burning of the heart. Hrit tapa, hrit means the heart. My heart is burning with anxiety. Upashamani cha, this burning of the heart is pacified. It's become cool. Why? Because I am remembering Govinda bihitani me, the words spoken by Govinda. I am remembering the Bhagavad-Gita. Now when I'm very distressed, I'm remembering the words spoken by Krishna, because these words are Desha Kalartha Yuktani. These are powerful in all times, all places and all circumstances. And they have the power to pacify the heart. Haranti smaratas chittam. They can make the mind peaceful and satisfied at all times. So it's very important to understand the background of this verse. Arjuna is in great anxiety. He's suffering a lot. He's actually feeling helpless. Imagine the most powerful warrior of the time. He's coming, he's going with these queens of Dwarka to protect them, and some ordinary men attack him, and they have very ordinary bows and arrows. And he loses to them. A man who has never lost a battle, the greatest warrior of all time. How will he feel? What kind of shock he must be in? And to top it, Krishna, his best friend, has left this world. So he feels my life is vacant, my life is a void. I can't live. So he's feeling extreme pain. And now he's in that distressed condition, just remembering Krishna's words. He's feeling relief. Actually, these are the three things why this is my strong conviction, which I'll share with you. That Krishna Katha, when we talk about Krishna, three things I've experienced, and I'm sure you'll also experience if we hear Krishna Katha regularly. One is relief. We all want relief from suffering, right? Second, we experience something positive, happiness. And third, also we get clarity. Relief, happiness and clarity. All three I have got at various times of my life because of Krishna Katha. So that's what I'm going to share. Here Arjuna is experiencing all three. He's first experiencing relief because he's going through a lot of pain. See, we all go through pain and suffering, let us admit. Anybody here who doesn't have any suffering? Raise your hand. If you raise your hand, that means you are a very special soul. Congratulations. Everybody goes through suffering. And we all look for relief from suffering. In fact, happiness, most of us, we don't even realize that for most people, happiness is simply relief from suffering. It's not something positive for many of us. Between two states of misery, when we experience some peace, we feel this is happiness. Chaitanya Charitamrita describes it very beautifully with an analogy. During the olden times, a criminal would be punished by throwing him into the water. Kabu swarga uthaye kabu naraka dubai, dandya jane raja ye na nadite chubai. In the olden times, the king would punish a criminal by putting him in the water, and he would struggle, he would be gasping for breath. And just when he thought he's going to die, he would be taken out for a second. And then again he would be dumped inside. Kabu swarga uthaye kabu naraka dubai, dandya jane raja ye na nadite chubai. This is how the king would punish a criminal, by putting him in the water. So the verse says this is what our happiness is. We are suffering a lot, and then for some moments we get relief. And we think we are happy. But actual happiness is there is not only relief, but there is something deep sense of contentment. If we can experience that, that is real happiness. So you will see Hare Krishna devotees also go through suffering. They also go through their mind getting disturbed by situations. So they also may not have peace of mind all the time. But you know what devotees have? They have peace of heart. There is a difference between peace of mind and peace of heart. I know devotees who have gone through so much suffering, and I know they don't have peace of mind. In the sense they are disturbed. A lot of things have gone topsy-turvy. But somehow they exude so much of peace, and I can see that peace is not from the mind space. It's from the heart space. Because in this world, everybody is distressed. Like, in India they have a saying that one man, he went to a mental asylum and he saw one man was shouting. He went to visit and he saw one man was shouting and was crying, Laila, Laila, Laila. So he asked the prison ward, the in charge, why is he crying, Laila? So the warden said, this man was madly in love with a girl called Laila, and he couldn't marry her, so he's gone mad and he's in the mental asylum. Oh, then he walked ahead, and in the next cabin, the next prison cell, he saw another crazy guy shouting, Laila, Laila. So he asked him, why is he crying? He said, he's the one who married Laila. That's how material world is. We say in India, Dilli ka laddu, jo khaye pachta hai, jo nahi khaye pachta hai. Sense gratification is you get it, you are miserable. You don't get it, you are miserable. Suffering is universal. Everybody goes through that. But devotees, they experience peace of heart because they have this. They have Krishna. And Krishna doesn't give empty promise. See, devotees in ISKCON for the last 50 plus years are chanting the same Hare Krishna. They are hearing the same Krishna stories. They are hearing the same pastimes, and still they are happy to hear the same stories again. How do you explain this logically? You are watching movie. If you see movies outside, you want a new movie, right? You can't watch the same movie every day. You can't sing the same song. But how come devotees are chanting the same song? Same Hare Krishna. Same stories of Krishna. That means there is something different in Krishna. And that is what we need to explore as intelligent devotees. Like, the movies, the novels, there will always be a new twist and turn. You can't have the same plot. When we were young, all Bollywood movies had the same plot. The two young boys, they get separated in a fair, and then the last scene of the movie, they come together, they discover, oh, we are brothers. And it's very dramatic. But now, every movie has to have a different plot. Newspapers or news or magazines, film magazines, sports magazines. If you are given a newspaper of last month, you won't read it with as much excitement. Right? You need news. You need new news. You won't be excited by old news. But you see about Krishna, what are we discussing? What stories of Krishna are we discussing? The same stories which we've been discussing for the last 5,000 years. Krishna's pastimes haven't changed. This year, Janmashtami is coming up in 2-3 weeks now. You will see, you will hear the same story, same Krishna in the same prison of same Kamsa getting out, same Krishna killing Kamsa the same way. It's not that this year we want to tweak the story a little bit. So Krishna is going to come in a helicopter and is going to kill Kamsa. We don't have to change anything. There is something special about Krishna. And that is precisely our point today. And that is what Arjuna is experiencing. In the middle of great distress, he is finding that succor, he is finding that relief. Because Krishna, the word Krishna means all attractive. Krishna, the word, has that potency to satisfy the heart completely. In fact, the word Krishna is very similar in meaning to the Greek word Christo, which means all attractive. In fact, Christ is said to be derived from the Greek word Christos. Now, I'm not getting into the history of who copied where or what happened, all that. But the point is, Krishna is all attractive. And Arjuna is experiencing this. And so he's feeling helpless. And especially because he is the great controller, great warrior, now he is rendered helpless. He can't do anything. In fact, it is explained, Arjuna is telling Yudhishthir Maharaj, when Yudhishthir Maharaj asks him, Arjuna, you look so forlorn, what happened? And then, while explaining how he has been defeated by ordinary men, he says, Soham nripendra rahita purushottamena sakya priyena suhrda hridayena shunya advanurukrama parigrahamangarakshan Gope rasad birabaleva vinirjitosmi. He's saying, my dear king, look at me. I am the same warrior. Soham ripendra rahita purushottamena. But Krishna is gone from my life. Sakhya priyena suhrda hridayena shunya. My heart has become completely void because my best friend has left this world. Now I have the same bow, same arrows, but I couldn't protect these queens from ordinary Gope Rasad Birabale Vavinirjitos means lamenting. Now you may wonder, how can Krishna's queens be kidnapped by ordinary men, right? That question can come in the minds of devotees. So Srila Vichana Chakravarti Thakur quotes from Brahmanda Purana and explains how Krishna himself came as an ordinary coward man. He expanded himself and he kidnapped the queens, just to teach all of us a lesson that whoever you are, a time will come in your life when you will feel helpless. So just to teach us this lesson, Krishna does that. And then Arjuna is now recalling, he says, Arjuna doesn't know at this point of time that it is Krishna who has taken away all these women. He says, Yudhishthir Maharaj, look at me. I am Arjuna, nothing has changed in my life. I have the same Gandiva bow with which I won the Mahabharat war. Tadvai dhanushta ishava sarato hayaste soham rati nripatayo yata namanti sarvam kshanena tadabud asadi shariktam bhasman hutam kuakaradam ivoptamushyam. He chants this beautiful verse where he says, Tadvai dhanush, look at my bow, I have the same bow. Ishava, look at the horses, I had the same horses, the same arrows. Ratha hayaste, I have the same ratha. Soham rati, look at me, I am the same warrior. Nripatayo yatanamanti, I am the same Arjuna who defeated all the kings in the Mahabharat war. But sarvam kshanena, in one moment everything was lost. Asadisha riktam, because Krishna was not there. Without Krishna, everything is like, he gives three analogies. Bhasman hutam kuakaradam ivoptamushyam. He says it's like you have ashes and you put butter on it. Will it ignite fire? He says, without Krishna, my endeavors are like igniting fire by putting butter on ashes. Or kuakaradam, it's like moving a magic wand and trying to get money. Can you get money by moving the magic wand? And third, he says, ivoptamushyam, it's like sowing seeds on barren soil. Will it give crops? No. So he says, similarly, all my efforts are now useless because Krishna has left. So all the power that we have got, some of us right now, we are young and we think, when we are young, we actually think we are invincible. We think, I'm not going to get old. I'm going to be strong forever. And when you reach middle age, 45, 50, slowly when your body starts giving away, and then you start realizing, oh, it's not going to be like this all the time. In India, I remember we grew up always, as children, we would see anyone grown up, we would call them uncle. In India, men are called as uncle and women are called as auntie. So I remember as a young boy, we would play cricket, and if the ball goes somewhere and if some grown-up people are there, we would say, uncle, give me ball. Uncle. Uncle is a very common name, common noun used for all grown-up men. So as kids, I remember calling all men as uncle. So I remember a few years ago, I've been in the ashram now for 25 years. So one day I was going on the street and a ball came up to me and I picked up the ball and I heard many shouts, uncle, give me ball. And I went, what? I've become uncle. When did that happen? How did it happen? It happened so fast. I thought I just joined the ashram yesterday. Just a few days back. What happened? How did I become so old suddenly? So that's how time is. Time is called as imperceptible in the Bhagavatam. Imperceptible means you can't realize how time is going. In another section in the Bhagavatam, we find a verse which says, Kalaha Paramadustara. Time is called as imperceptible. Just like, your nails. All of you, your nails grow? Anybody here whose nails don't grow? Nails grow. But can you see them growing? Can you say, oh, now it's grown, it's growing? No. And suddenly your hairs grow. You don't realize how, when, what, but it happens. It's imperceptible. We see children and we say, oh, this child has become so big. What happened? How did it happen? It's called imperceptible. If you keep a candle and it's lighting, and suddenly the wax, wax starts melting and you can't see it, but after some time you see it's become small. So time is imperceptible. Hare Krishna. So Srila Prabhupada writes in this purport that Arjuna is feeling the power of time. And we all will sooner or later experience the helplessness in our lives, especially when what we thought we could do well, we can no longer do. And there, this verse then comes. In that state of helplessness, Arjuna says, now the only shelter I feel is in hearing Krishna's instructions. Nothing else, kichu nai lage bhalo. Nothing else appears to be very exciting. When we are younger, we stimulate ourselves with a lot of pleasures. But a time comes in our life when you may have the best stimulants, but still you won't be excited. You won't feel happy. And there in that context, Arjuna is chanting this verse. You can repeat after me once more. Desha kalartha yuktani rittapo pashamani cha haranti smaratas chittam govinda bihitani me. Hrit tapa is very important here, the burning of the heart. There's always anxiety. Everybody feels anxiety. You see a hen picking up grains. When the hen is eating that grain, she's always looking here and there. You see? That fear of a cat, fear of an animal. Fear, ahara, nidra, bhaya, maitunam. Mahabharata says bhaya. Fear is a very dominant factor. Animals always live in fear. So when we are eating food, we may not be looking like this. We may not be afraid, but we have other insecurities which manifest in different ways. Now you all have now come for this program. I'm sure you've locked your house. But is it because you're afraid of some animals? Dogs, cats, lions, tigers? No, you're afraid of other human beings. Humans are afraid of other human beings. A rat is afraid of a cat is afraid of a dog. But humans are so advanced. So we live in anxiety, we live in insecurity. So therefore, this is very powerful. We live in fear, insecurity, and many of us here, I can see, are grihasthas. Grihasthas means you will have your attachments, you'll be attached to your children, your family, and attachments means anxiety, insecurity, fear of losing them, right? And that gives pain. And at such times, hearing about Krishna gives relief. I'll tell you, I experienced this, I'm saying with conviction, because few years back during Janmashtami class, every year now, Janmashtami, I give classes in our congregation in Mumbai. So one particular year, I tried something different. Because I give a long class, because there are devotees who want to do a lot of hearing. So on Janmashtami day especially, we do Katha from 8 in the evening till 12 midnight. We just keep discussing all different pastimes of Krishna. So one year I thought, let me do it a little differently. We had a PowerPoint presentation. So I put all the verses, different verses describing Krishna's beauty and all of that. And in the middle of the class, I would just say, okay, now please repeat this verse. So then I would chant one line. Jai Shri Shri Radha Gokulanand Bhagavan ki Jai. Sita Ram Lakshman Hanuman ki Jai. Gaur Nitai ki Jai. So we thought we'll do it a little differently. We made devotees repeat the verses. I chanted the first line, then the devotees would repeat. So it seemed very ordinary, like any other class. But after the class, the feedback I got was very interesting. Many devotees said, Prabhu, you just chanted, we don't even know what those verses are, but you made us chant. And we responded. And just hearing the Sanskrit Bhagavatam verses, we were feeling a lot of peace. I don't know what it was. I didn't even know the meaning of the verses. but it was very satisfying to the heart. So the point I'm making is that you don't need to know the language, because these verses are non-different from Krishna. Srimad Bhagavatam is Krishna who has appeared in the form of a book. Just like when Krishna comes as half man, half lion, we call him Narsimhadev, right? When he comes in the form of a fish, he is known as Matsya Avatar. When Krishna comes as a boar, we call him Varaha. And when Krishna comes in the form of a book, he is called Srimad Bhagavatam. And we have Bhadra Purnima Marathon when Srimad Bhagavatam is going to be sold and distributed in large numbers. And if we get Bhagavatam home, we are actually getting Krishna home. And when we hear Bhagavatam verses, and when these Prabhus and Matajis would come to me after the Janmashtami festival and they said, Prabhu, those verses were amazing. Krishna's beauty you described, we don't even remember the verses, but it was so soothing to the heart. Why? Why was it so soothing to the heart? Because there is Krishna there. And this is what happened with Arjuna. The next verse says, Evam chintayato jishno. You can repeat this verse. Evam chintayato jishno. Krishna pada saroruham. Saurdenati gadena. Shanta sid vimalamati. So the Bhagavatam says that because Arjuna started remembering Bhagavad-Gita, he started remembering Krishna's instructions. That remembrance led him to remember Krishna's lotus feet. And that in turn increased his affection for Krishna, and he found his mind completely free of all material contamination. Shanta sid vimalamati. He became suddenly peaceful. So this is very important. And that increased further remembrance of Krishna. Vasudevangri anudhyana Paribrahmita ramhasa Bhaktya nirmatita shesha Kashaya dishanorjuna. By remembering Krishna's lotus feet, what happens is not only Arjuna experienced relief, Paribrahmita Ramhasa. He experienced happiness. Happiness is, relief is what? From minus axis you come to 0. You are in minus 5 and you come to 0, that's called relief. You are suffering and then you get some relief. But happiness is going on the positive axis. +2, +3, +4. So Arjuna initially experienced relief, then Paribrahmita Ramhasa. He experienced positive happiness and affection for Krishna. And the last line says, Kashaya Dishano Arjuna. Any kind of material contamination that was there in his heart, it completely vanished. It completely vanished. So Arjuna's constant remembrance of lotus feet of Krishna increased his devotion. And as a result, all the negativity in his thoughts, in his mind, disappeared. And the last verse we will take for this particular section is where Arjuna's mood is revealed. Because of hearing about Krishna, what happened? Geetam Bhagavata Jnanam Yattat Sangrama Murdani Kala Karma Tamo Ruddham Punar Adyagamat Prabhu. Because of hearing Gita and Bhagavat, it appeared that Arjuna would initially appeared that he had forgotten Krishna's instructions, but again he became lord of his senses. Again he got control over his senses. So many of us, we will slip, we will struggle, we will suffer, but we can bounce back if we have a culture of hearing and chanting. I have got so many examples of devotees who, because they have this culture of hearing and studying scriptures, although they slipped, they got bewildered, they had problems, but they came back. And don't think it's only Arjuna who lost. Don't think only Arjuna felt weak. The strongest of men, as they get old, their hands, their legs, they don't work the same way. When we were young boys, we used to hear the glories of Muhammad Ali. Have you heard of Muhammad Ali? The great boxer. So when he would, I think in the Rome Olympics, 1960, he won the gold medal, and it became a very historic event. And when he became a professional boxer and he would enter the ring, boxing ring, his fans would sing a song. I fly like a bird, I sting like a bee, I am the greatest Muhammad Ali. So he had a lot of power, and he would knock one adversary after another with his hand, with his boxing punches. But the same Muhammad Ali, 36 years fast forward, 1996 Atlanta Olympics, the final torch of flame was given to him to light. And as he walked up the podium, he had by this time Parkinson's and he was struggling. And it is great. I congratulate him. He did it. And he was struggling and everybody was watching with bated breath. Millions of people all over the world. It's live telecast. Because that final torch of flame, when it's put, that's like the event that commemorates the beginning of Olympics. Because 4 years before that, in Barcelona, 1992 Olympics, the final torch of flame was put through an arrow, which was shot. And that also must have been very risky, but they did it. So here, when Muhammad Ali put it, the whole world applauded as victory of great determination, champion. But the organizers, I know for sure, they must have simply heaved a sigh of relief. It could have been a big fiasco. But imagine the same hands with which he would knock off one opponent after another with utter contempt and disdain. Here he is, the same Muhammad Ali, struggling to put the torch of flame. So I'm not demeaning him. I'm just saying this can happen to all of us, and this will happen as we get older. In fact, when he was interviewed, he had once said in the early 1960s, I am the greatest. Have you seen those videos you'll find on YouTube? Muhammad Ali saying, I am the greatest. And late 90s, he actually confessed, yes, I am the greatest fool because I said that I am the greatest. So, material energy takes away everything. Whoever we are, whatever we do, none of us are spared. Bhaktivedanta Thakur, one of our greatest Vaishnava poets, has sung a very beautiful bhajan where he says that material energy is so powerful. Jada vidya jato mayara vaibhava tomara bhajane badha moha janamiya anitya samsare jibo ke karaye gadha. Please understand, Bhaktivedanta Thakur is a very great devotee of Krishna. Look at his humility. He says, just pursuing material education and trying to be materially successful, it is an obstacle in the path of devotional service. So much so that it increases our attachment and illusion to the material world, which is anitya, which is temporary, and jivo ke karaye gadha. It makes a living entity like a donkey. It makes us work hard like a donkey. And then out of utter humility, he says, I am one such donkey. He doesn't say you are working hard like an ass. He calls himself an ass. Se gada hoye samsare ra boja bahinu aneka kala. He says, I am that ass who has been working hard for so many years trying to be somebody important in this material world. And then he says in the last line, Bardakya ekhana shaktira abhave kichunai lage bhala. Now I'm very old, helpless, and I don't find anything enjoyable. I remember when I went to Bhaktivedanta Thakur's house in Mayapur, Navadvip, in Godru Madvip, and this bhajan was being sung by some elderly Babajis. They were sitting there and they were all singing bhajan. And all of them were like 80 plus. They had these kartals and they were singing. All old. They must have been there for like 40, 50 years now doing bhajan, chanting, living a simple life, austere life. And when this line came, because I understand these bhajans, I know the meaning, and they are all Bengalis, so they obviously know this bhajan very well. So I looked at them as soon as this person sang this line, that now we are old, we are helpless. And he sang it, and he looked at all the others, the 5 of them. And all of them, all of them smiled, looking at each other and acknowledging. So it was very sweet, because they are acknowledging that yes, old age is coming. And that's why I've seen, many times when there is suffering and we come together and we see each other suffering, misery loves company. We feel, I'll tell you, I'll tell you the psychology of Bhagavatam classes, how devotees find a lot of happiness in Bhagavatam classes. One devotee confessed to me, and I've confirmed this with many other devotees, that, when we're sitting in the class and we see, we are suffering. And then we see other devotees are sitting and we see, oh, he's also there. He's also going through so much suffering, but he's here. Oh, look at her, she's also there. Oh, all of us are suffering and all of us are here. Okay. Material life is tolerable, we can tolerate. So we need that reassurance. So in Bhagavatam class, this is a very great hope-giving, faith-giving thing. See, devotees will get old, attachments will be removed from us, no one will be spared, and we all have to go through the grind of this material world. So better be humble and take shelter of Krishna. So the first thing we experience because of Krishna Katha is what? Relief. And the second is happiness. Why happiness? Because when we keep hearing about Krishna, we get attracted to Krishna. And when we get attracted to Krishna, Krishna gives us a much richer level of happiness than what this world can offer. See, many times devotees say, Prabhu, if I come for Bhagavatam classes, is it practical? Now let me make one thing clear. Is Krishna Katha theory or practical? What is it? It depends on what you want. If you are coming to a Bhagavatam class, if you come to Hare Krishna movement because you want to make your material life better, then sometimes you may find Krishna Katha is not practical. But if you come here thinking, I want to love Krishna, then you will find this most practical. Sometimes devotees say, Prabhu, if I chant Hare Krishna, will my problems get over? Will Krishna solve my problems? So I tell them, see, I can't assure you that Krishna will solve your problems, but one thing I'll assure you, if you chant Hare Krishna, you will come closer to Krishna. And when you come closer to Krishna, that will solve some big problem. That will solve a real problem. So you have to ask yourself what you want. But one thing is guaranteed. If you hear about Krishna, the best example of somebody who developed love for Krishna simply hearing about Krishna. Can anyone think of who is the best example who heard about Krishna and who had no idea who Krishna was, but just by hearing, this person developed unlimited attraction and love for Krishna? Rukmini. Can you imagine Krishna's own consort? She had not seen Krishna. And she would hear the travelers would come to her kingdom and they would describe Krishna's beauty. And she was like, wow, who is this person? And by constantly hearing about Krishna, she became so attracted that she wanted to marry Krishna. And her father also wanted her to marry Krishna. But she had a very, very bad brother, Rukmi. He wanted her to be married to Shishupal. Now, just like our intelligence is also like Rukmini's father. We are like Rukmini, we want to come to Krishna, and our intelligence also knows, but our mind is much stronger. Takes us away from Krishna. Our mind wants us to go to Shishupal. So what did Rukmini do when she realized that she may be married off to Shishupal? So she wrote a love letter. Now I have to give you a cultural context. During those days, this is 5,000 years ago, girls wouldn't write love letters like this. Unmarried girls wouldn't write love letters to another boy during those days. So she still took the risk. She wrote a love letter and she got one trusted Brahmin and she requested him, please take this to Krishna. And please tell him he has to come immediately and take me away. Or else this Shishupal will get married to me. I don't want to marry him. And she had no choice at that time. So when Krishna got the letter, and the first thing she writes in that letter, the first thing she says, Krishna, I love you, I want to marry you, but why I love you? I'm not responsible for it because I am trapped because I heard about you. Shrutva gunan bhuvana sundara shanvatam te nirvishya karana vivarai haratong Rupam drasham drashamatam akhilartalabam tvayachyuta vishata chittamapatrapam me. This is one of the most beautiful verses of the Bhagavatam, where Rukmini is telling Krishna that what happened to me? Why am I writing this letter to you? Shrutva gunan. I have been hearing about your glories. Bhuvana Sundara, you are the most beautiful personality. And by hearing constantly what has happened, Shrutva gunan bhuvana sundara shanvatam te nirvishya karana vivarai. That katha entered my ear holes. Haratonga tapam. All the anxiety in my heart has gone away. All the distress, material distress has gone away from my heart. And now your form is fixed in my eyes. Rupam drasham drashamatam akhilartalabham. Now I have no other desire in life than to see you, because there is nothing greater than being with you. And what has happened to me because of this? Tvayachyuta vishata chittamapatrapam me. Because of this intense desire to be with you, I have become shameless. So she is saying, writing a letter to Krishna, she says it's a shameless act. But she says, I'm not responsible for this, Krishna. You are responsible. You are so beautiful. And I've been hearing about you. So I become shameless. Now what do? You better come and take me. This is the difference between hearing about Krishna and the beauty of this material world and Krishna. See, in this world, in the advertisements, promise a lot of beauty. But when you actually get the object, it's not as promising. See, in this world, it's over-promise and under-deliver. Isn't it? All of us must have experienced. When we see advertisements, we think it's really great. But when you actually get the object, it's not as satisfying. But with Krishna, it's the opposite. When you actually go back to the spiritual world, when you see Krishna face to face, you know what you're going to say to Krishna? Krishna, you are so beautiful. In this material world, they were telling me you are beautiful like a full moon. They were comparing your beauty with the lotus flower, with the full moon. But that's nothing. You are much, much more beautiful than what I heard about you. This is exactly opposite of the beauty in this world. See, in this world, we compare Krishna's beauty with the full moon, because full moon is considered beautiful. We have no other parameter to describe. A lotus flower is considered beautiful. But Krishna is much, much more beautiful than the objects of this world. So she's telling Krishna, Krishna, I am shameless, but you are responsible. And then the next prayer, the next thing she writes in the letter is very dramatic. Because Krishna may think, okay, this girl has written a letter to me. Why should I respond? Why should I go and marry her? I mean, like if you want to really impress someone, you praise that person, right? You flatter. Like, in Hindi, they have a very famous Bollywood song, Tareef karun kya uski jisne tumhe banaya. So there is a song which says that, because I love you, I'm going to glorify you. So Rukmini thinks, if I glorify Krishna and convince Krishna logically that why he is the best husband, best man, then he may get attracted to me. So she logically presents in her next prayer, Katvam mukunda mahati kulashila rupa vidya vayodra vinadam abhiratma tulyam dhirapati kulavati navrinita kanya kale narasimha naraloka manobhiramam. She says, Krishna, you know why I want you to marry me? Why I want only you? Because Katvam mukunda mahati, there is nobody compared to you in kula, in family lineage. Because when girls are getting married in the traditional society, they see the boy's family lineage. In the traditional marriages, it is said, in India they have a saying that when the boy and the girl's parents, they are fixing an alliance, the boy's caste and his family lineage is seen. Varam varayate kanya Mata vittam pita shrutam kulamichanti bandava mishtam annam itare jana. What happens in an Indian marriage is revealed in this verse. Varam varayate kanya. The boy and girl look at each other. Oh, is he nice? If the girl sees, is he handsome and smart? And the boy sees, is she beautiful? Varam varayate kanya and mata. And the girl's mother, what does she see? Mata vittam. Does the boy have money? And pita shrutam, the father sees, oh, is he educated? Is he intelligent man? And kulam icchanti bandava. And the relatives see, oh, which caste? Which community? Brahmin? Marwadi? What is he? They see. Varam varayate kanya mata vittam pita shrutam kulamichanti bandava. And what about everybody else? Mishtam annam itare jana. When they come for a wedding, they see what is the menu. So like this, there is a saying in India that is how marriages are, Indian marriages are. So Rukmini is telling Krishna that Krishna, you are the best kula, you are the best family lineage. Katvam mukunda mahati kula shila rupa. Shila, character. You have the best character. Rupa, you are so beautiful. So she's comparing Krishna's, she's glorifying different qualities of Krishna. And Vidya Vayo Dravinada Mabiratma Tulyam. Vidya, you went to Sandipani Muni's ashram and in 64 days you learnt all the skills, everything expertly. Vayo Dravinada, and wealth. And Abhiratma Tulyam. Who can be compared to you in respect to lineage, wealth, beauty? You can be compared only to one person, and that is you. Nobody else. And you know what? Please don't think I am some shameless girl who have written a love letter to you. Dhira Pati Kulavati Navrinita Kanya. I'm a very nice, cultured girl. I'm a very sober girl. I come from a very good family. Dhira Pati Kulavati Navrinita Kanya. And I know Krishna, you may be thinking, oh, she is like any other girl who is trying to impress me, convince me whether I can marry her. And she's saying she'll be very subservient, she'll be very loving and caring. But once I get married to her, then like any other wife, she will control me. So Rukmini is anticipating that Krishna may think like this. So in the last line she says, Krishna, I don't have any hopes or I don't have any ambition of trying to control you. Because who are you? Kale Narasimha Naraloka Mano Viramam. You are Kala, you are Narasimha. You are the most fierce. Nobody can control you. You are Supreme Personality of Godhead. So like that, very beautifully and intelligently she writes this love letter. And Krishna gets very attracted and Krishna comes and there's a whole pastime. How he kidnaps her. But the point I wanted to make was her love for Krishna blossomed because she was constantly hearing about Krishna. So if we constantly hear about Krishna, this is the practical benefit. We will develop love for Krishna. And then we will be able to tolerate this world. We can't change this world. One very good thing I like in ISKCON is, when I started coming, none of the devotees gave me false promises. Nobody told me that you just come to Hare Krishna and you'll have no problems in life. In India, this is very rare. Most spiritual organizations, you'll find in the trains in India, they put a lot of these posters of these pseudo-gurus who promise you, they say Baba Bengali, Raja Bengali, they have all these lockets and rings, and if you wear them, then you'll have no problems. But in Hare Krishna, we don't say that. We just say that take shelter of Krishna and Krishna will direct your life. And Krishna, actually see, Krishna loves us more than we love him. Krishna will give us what we need to come closer to him. So these are the two things I wanted to discuss, relief and also happiness. But there's another thing which we will get if we hear about Krishna, and that is clarity. Many devotees, they need clarity. I'm confused. Now we are going to discuss one example for this, and I solicit your attention for this. This is a classic case which can happen to best of devotees. Here is the author of all the Vedas. Who is the author of all the Vedas? Vyasadeva. And he went into depression. He felt lonely. And he was very sad. And what happened? How did he get help? That's the starting point of Srimad Bhagavatam. Actually, Shaunaka Rishi was asking questions to Sutta Goswami, and these answers are the foundation of Srimad Bhagavatam, how Srimad Bhagavatam appeared in this world. And it reveals how Vyasadeva, after compiling all the Vedic literatures, he was sad. He wasn't feeling deeply satisfied. Generally, we say, what you do is not important. Why? You should have a sense of purpose. Have you heard this? Begin with why. I also speak about it. I also do seminars saying why is very important. So Vyasadeva had excellent why. He wanted to help people. He had a lot of compassion in his heart. He had abilities. He had clarity of vision. Everything was top class, but something was lacking. So then what was that? That there was some connection with Krishna which was lacking. See, why is important. How is also important. Vyasadeva had a very, very good how. He knew how to help people. So why and how is important, but you also need the what. You need to be connected with Krishna. So Vyasadeva lacked that. So it is explained in the Bhagavatam that Vyasadeva had such an amazing intuition and vision. Paravaragya sa rishi kalena vyaktaramhasa yugadharma vyatikaram praptam bhuvi yuge yuge. He exactly saw what's going to happen in Kali Yuga. He could see life in 2022. He could see how people would value unimportant things as very sacred. And they would discard sacred things as completely useless. And he saw this. And in his transcendental vision, he saw that a great force called time will destroy everything. And we see this all the time. I saw one news some time ago. A man, he sold his land, a small piece of land he had, he sold it just to get an iPhone. It was crazy. I mean, if you compare, even materially, if you compare, what is more valuable, land or an iPhone? Like during the last World Cup, Cricket World Cup, which happened in England, there was a very famous news in India about one man who sold one of his kidneys to get a ticket for the World Cup match. And that's crazy. There are stories of people who sold gold to get a car. So if you even materially compare, what is more valuable? Gold or car, iPhone or land or a kidney or a ticket. And what to speak of spiritual purposes? What to speak of, having something higher than material? So Vyasadeva saw these anomalies. And what did he do is very interesting. See, he saw two types of problems. First, he saw how people take valuable things as unimportant. And he saw how people take unimportant things as very important. And he also saw time is going to destroy everything. If you keep an apple on your table at home, just keep it like that and just see what happens after a few days. It will get spoiled. And by the power of time, even the Himalayan mountains will one day get crushed to powder. The Taj Mahal is glorified so much, but Taj Mahal one day will no longer exist. Everything in this material world, which we think will last forever, doesn't last. And today, unfortunately, because of these anomalies which Vyasadeva saw, people have got disconnected from spiritual life. Today, one of the biggest challenges in India, which prevents people from absorbing themselves in hearing and chanting, is the internet. Is the breaking news. Every few minutes, there is breaking news on the television. Breaking news, and these people are shouting, as if some big calamity has happened. But next half an hour later, there will be another news. And psychologists have proven that we all have what is called as a negativity bias. I mean, we psychologically, human beings are Hare Krishna. Jai Shri Shada Gokulanand Bhagwan ki Jai, Sita Ram Lakshman Hanuman ki Jai. We generally, if we are given negative and positive news, we will be naturally attracted to hear negative news. This is very deep-rooted psychological tendencies seen in human beings. Like, let's just give a simple example. If you're driving a car and you see a lot of scenery outside on your right and left, you won't look at it with so much attention. But if there is an accident, there's blood, and then you're like, what happened? You suddenly get attracted to negative things. In fact, it's very much deep-rooted than you and I think. Psychologists have done tests on 10-week-old child, which means hardly 3 months old child. You come and make laughing faces, and you laugh in front of that baby. The baby would look at you. But if you make a frowning face, angry face, the child stares at you for a longer time. Means the negativity bias is much deep rooted than we know. And these news channels and all this advertise, basically these people know this. So all the algorithms are designed with this one goal: how to keep you scrolling. That's why you'll see on your smartphone the negative news that is fed more. You keep scrolling, you get attracted. And the politics, the news on politics that you see on the news channels, it's all to keep you angry all the time. When we were young, I remember I grew up with many siblings and we were a big family. And we had this relentless young brother who would always demand attention. And we didn't want, but we had to give him attention. That relentless young brother has now become the smartphone. we don't want to, but we're just stuck onto it. So this is very, very deep rooted. And today, doom scrolling, as it is called, is a modern reality. Because we are intolerant of uncertainty. We just can't live with uncertain things. We can't stand open-ended news. We want clarity. We're desperate. So we get obsessed with this news, analysis. And media has its own agenda. They want TRP. And they take us away from Krishna. And don't think news is about informing you. I've seen devotees say, Prabhu, but we need to be informed. I tell them, Prabhu, news is not about informing you. News is about grabbing your attention and keeping it. And that's why they do all sensationalizing of news. I don't know how it is in England. I come from India. England must be much better off. I don't know. But in India, many of us, we follow what is called as news curfew. After a certain time, no smartphone. And like earlier we used to do Kadashi Fasting. So we do Kadashi Fasting for phones nowadays. In the sense, we don't use the phone for 12 hours. That is Kadashi Fasting. And news channels are they're not interested in giving you accurate news. They basically they want to give you news which is unusual, awful, popular. News is not about what is happening. It is about what will sell. If something sells, they will put it on the news. So we get fooled and we forget Krishna, which will actually give us satisfaction, and we get distracted by all this. And just like sugar, what sugar does to the body, news does to the mind. We get titillation, that stimulation. So therefore, we have to be careful. And if you ask any sociologist or scientist, they will all confirm, they will agree that news will not give you better understanding. It gives the illusion of understanding. Because, in fact, many of them give wrong news also. So let's be careful. Let us not fool ourselves by giving importance. So much time we are spending on these things. Just imagine, instead of that, you just spend watching some nice lectures on Krishna Katha. We have so many beautiful devotees on the internet. You will find Amarendra Prabhu, Gauranga Darshan Prabhu, Radhesham Prabhu. I'm constantly seeing all this. So many devotees are doing such nice Katha. Just listen to that, and that will give us much, much deeper satisfaction. And also the scriptures, reading the scriptures. So therefore, we need to connect with that. And Vyasadeva knew all this will happen. And look at his wisdom. What he did, he said, oh, people are not going to understand spiritual life in Kali Yuga. So he decided to divide the Vedas and make it simple. Rig Yajo Samatar Vakya Veda Chatvara Udratha Itiyasa Puranam Cha Panchamo Veda Uchyate. So he divided the 4 Vedas. He said, okay, people will not understand in Kali Yuga. They are very dumb. So let me divide it into 4 divisions. Paila Rishi, you become the professor of Rig Veda. Jaimini, you start teaching Sam Veda. Make your disciples. Take the whole lineage. Vaishampayana, you start writing and speaking on Yajurveda. And then the others for the Puranas. So he made all these systems. Excellent manager. Excellent division. Also intelligent and a lot of compassion. Even Srila Prabhupada did that. Small books he wrote. And now we have devotees making small videos on YouTube. So how we can connect? How somehow get people to practice spiritual life? This is what Vyasadeva did. But the best part is, or the worst part is, after doing all of this, Vyasadeva was feeling sad. Evam pravrutasya sada bhutanam shreyasi dvijam Sarvatmakenapi yada natushyad dridayam tata. Despite putting all his efforts to please and help people practice spiritual life, he was not happy. This was the situation of Vyasadeva. I mean, just imagine he has given a Vedic path and still is feeling incomplete. So imagine those who give sense gratification, what will happen to them? If after a Vedic path and a Vedic process, which is given in the Puranas and Vedanta Sutra, he is feeling lonely and incomplete, what will happen to those who are absorbed in only sense gratification? How much happiness can that give you? This is a point to ponder. See, I grew up in a place in South Bombay. I remember my father when I was in a village. When I came to Mumbai, my father would take me on long walks on Sundays, and he would show me one house, and he would tell me, you know who stays here? Leela Naidu. And that name didn't ring any bell. And he said, when I was a young boy, you would tell me, when I was your age, she was the most beautiful woman on planet Earth. She was considered as the most beautiful woman, and she acted in a few movies also in the 1940s. And she's very gracious, very beautiful. And today, for the last 20 years, she's living alone here. She's 80 years plus. And she's living alone, lonely, nobody to take care of her, and she's suffering. You see that balcony? And he would always, every Sunday, he would point out that. And then later on, we got the news that she died, and then, of course, one of her distant relatives came. But I remember that impression that the greatest of the most, when she was a young woman, she was the heartthrob of the nation. But when she was old, there was nobody to take care of her. That's the reality. One very famous Bollywood actress, Manorama, when she died, like she was a celebrity in 1930s. And in 1990s, when she died, my old uncle, who was an avid moviegoer, I told him, Manorama died. He said, Mano, what? He had no idea who she was. Because new stars will make way for the old stars will make way for the new ones. So in the stage of time, there are new stars singing and jumping and dancing. And where are the old ones? They are behind the curtain, nursing their time-inflicted wounds. That's how life is. That's how cruel it is. Once I was traveling in a plane, I think coming to London or somewhere, there was one man next to me, and he was talking to me, asking me about spiritual life. I said, chanting, holy name, sound. God comes in the form of sound. When I was telling him all this, he started smiling. He said, he was a musician in an orchestra group. So he said, I like this very much, because I believe that God is in sound. And God has come as Kishore Kumar, He was a great fan of a singer called Kishore Kumar. So then I didn't want to hurt him, but I know Kishore Kumar. I have read Kishore Kumar's biography. I know his story. I know his life. Because I didn't want to hurt him, I was polite with him. But with you, I can share. Kishore Kumar led a very lonely life. In fact, he was so lonely that he had put up a notice outside his house at Pedder Road in Mumbai. I've seen that house. He had put a notice saying, beware of, just like, you write, beware of dogs. Someplace. He had put a notice saying, beware of Kishore Kumar. Because if somebody rang the bell, sometimes he would open the door and he would pounce on that person just like a dog would pounce, and he would bite that person's hand. He was crazy. He was not only a maverick, but he was actually very lonely. And Pranay Roy, who written a biography on him, he writes how Kishore Kumar led such a lonely life. Now his songs give relief to so many people. See, the point I'm trying to make is this world is a world of people who are very lonely. So if that singer who is given us songs which give us relief is himself so lonely, how can that give us long-term benefit and long-term peace? Therefore, without Krishna, there is a vacuum in our lives. So the point I'm saying is, if after Vedic solutions somebody is not happy, how can somebody be happy with sense gratification? Vyasadeva is giving Vedic solutions. And at that point of time, he's wondering why I'm not happy. And then he gets a realization, maybe he starts doing introspection. Introspection is very important for devotees. He starts doing introspection. Why am I sad? And then he gets a realization which I want to share with you. You can repeat this after me. This is a very beautiful verse. Sometimes people say, Prabhu, I'm not satisfied. I've seen devotees tell me, we are living in Mumbai. Mumbai is very crowded, highly populated. We need to be in some peaceful place in Himalayas, peaceful, Shanti. But Vyasdeva was living in Himalayas. He was living in a very peaceful place with mountains and nature and scenery. Like I go for walks here in England. This is like, it's unbelievable for me. I walk for so many kilometers and there's no human being around. I feel, wow. It's unbelievable for me. I'm like, I take photographs, video, and I send it to Mumbai. Because Mumbai, I can't walk for 10 seconds without a human being next to me. All the parks and gardens are overcrowded. So sometimes we get a thought that maybe I should go to a place where there are no human beings. But there is a lot of depression rates in England also. It's not that people, there's nobody here, so people are happy. So external things don't give peace and happiness. There is something deep-rooted. The soul is disconnected from Krishna. And Vyasdev is feeling incomplete. And now because he's sincere, he's doing introspection, he gets a realization, which is an amazing, amazing verse. Please repeat after me. Kim va bhagavata dharma na prayena nirupita priya paramahamsanam taveva achyuta priya. He gets this realization, oh, Kimva Bhagavata Dharma. I did not write Srimad Bhagavatam till now. Maybe because of that. Because if I write Bhagavatam, pure Krishna Katha, Priya Paramahamsanam, that is very dear to devotees. Devotees will be very happy if I speak on Bhagavatam. And Taveva Achyuta Priya. Krishna will become very happy if I glorify Krishna directly. So, Vyasdev wrote Mahabharata. He wrote scriptures to help people, but he wrote for those who are not qualified, he wrote Mahabharata. But for those who are qualified and who want to know more about Krishna, he had not written anything directly for them. So basically he didn't give pure devotional service. See, he did mention about Krishna, he has mentioned about Bhakti in few Puranas, but that's like, little bit. He has given a little bit of glorification of Krishna. But Vyasdeva had pure intention. He wanted to serve. But because he had no Krishna connection, he felt incomplete. We have Dhruva Maharaj. Dhruva was a young boy. He didn't have a pure intention. He had a material desire. But he had Krishna connection. He got completely focused on Krishna. So he not only became completely satisfied, he also became selfless. Vyasdeva had a selfless intention, but because he got disconnected from Krishna, he became unhappy. So when we have Krishna connection, then the heart becomes completely satisfied. And Vyasdeva is realizing, oh, maybe I did not glorify Krishna purely. That is most important. See, ultimately, what do you want? You may have an old Nokia phone. I know some devotees who still use that. And it may have a good network. Or you may have a smart, latest iPhone gadget, and if it has no network, then what do they use? Ultimately, when you're using a phone, you need the network connection. So I have seen devotees have very simple, meager needs, and they don't have much facilities, but they are very deeply satisfied. Ultimately, what we're looking for is connection with Krishna. And Vyasdeva was having a good mood of selfless service, but without connecting to Krishna and giving Krishna, we really can't feel deep happiness. Sometimes we are very charitable. I saw once one outside our temple in Mumbai, a rich man, he was completely drunk. He was in his coat and tie, and he had a big liquor bottle, whiskey bottle. And he saw one beggar, he was begging for alms. For this rich man, in a great charitable mood, is telling that beggar, take this whiskey. He was giving him the bottle out of a big charitable, big heart. So I was looking, what is this charity? The one who is giving charity is also committing sin. So it appears to be a very charitable act, but it's not really helping the person whom you are giving charity to. So Srila Prabhupada says many times that when we are helping others, we need to help them connect with the Lord. Of course, that doesn't mean we ignore their bodily needs. We take care of them. At the same time, we need to help them understand the needs of the soul also. There is a very famous incident that happened when Srila Prabhupada was a Grahastha. He was staying in Lucknow somewhere, and he saw that one of his neighbors, their daughter, she had a younger brother, and the mother went out. The son had typhoid, and during typhoid, you're supposed to be very restricted in your eating. But when the mother went out, the boy insisted, he requested his sister, please give me puri and bangan sabzi, eggplant, fried. And out of compassion for her brother, she cooked puris and eggplant and she fed him. And when the mother came back, she saw her son's fever had increased and he became more sick. So then she chastised her daughter. So Srila Prabhupada says, so this was compassion, but it was wrongly directed. So therefore, we need to know that ultimately, don't worry about perfection, systems, wealth, which is needed. But we need to remember the focus. Am I connected to Krishna? And that will make us completely happy. Somehow get connected to Krishna. It's not difficult. Wherever you are, in whatever situation, just ask, Krishna, how can I please you now? Krishna, I want to love you. Just that's it. And then you will see things fall in place. See, many times we have this concocted idea of what will make me happy. But try this new paradigm. See, when we were young, there was a very famous, some movie, I don't even remember the name now. During those days, we were all young boys, and in India, television was very rare. So we used to have one movie in a week, which used to come on a channel called Doordarshan. And on Sunday evening, we would all sit in front of the TV waiting for the movie. And the young boys, we were we have 3 brothers, some cousins, neighbors, we would all sit in front of the TV. And young boys, I'm just talking about 8, 9-year-old boys, what we like movies means action, fighting. So we would watch. So that movie said, the movie names come and all that come and it says action by somebody. So we thought, there's going to be fighting in the movie. And we saw there was no action at all. And the movie plot was something like a young man, he comes to a small village and he falls in love with one girl there. He's the main protagonist. And she also loves him, but in a typical village Indian setting, he's not able to express it to her, and she's also not able to tell him that she loves him. So then what happens, there is one guy in the village who's like a big pahalwan, big wrestler. And he also wants to marry this girl. So then some more situation arises in such a way that, I don't know the details, but it appears now that there is going to be a match, wrestling match. Whoever wins will get the girl, or something like that. So this guy is, the hero is not a fighter. So he starts practicing because he wants to get married to this girl. But then a lot of drama happens. He has his group which supports him, and that villain has that champion has his own group. And finally on the final match, and we were watching for the action. And we said the hero is getting beaten all the time. The whole, the last 20 minutes. And we are like, when will the hero rise and smash him? But he's just getting beaten, and we were like, come on. And finally, in the last, he's like really bleeding everywhere and he's about to fall. And this girl comes running. In the slow motion. And she says, I love you. And he says, oh, I love you. And then they embrace each other. And then I saw my mother, she's crying. And I was like, but he's lost. So then my mother says, no, but he got the girl. But what's the use of that? He lost. We couldn't understand the emotional dynamics. So the elders are saying, but look at this. Ultimately, what did he get? So now when I look back, we understand that, see, there was something we think is right. We think I want it. But Krishna is not waiting for, Krishna in like in this story, in this analogy I'm giving. We are like that man who's thinking Krishna wants this. See, and then why I remember this? Because that lady says, I never told you to win this contest. Who told you that I love you because I want you to win this? And he says, oh, I thought you wanted me to win this. So that a big misconception gets cleared. And then he's very happy, and they lived. That is the biggest lie in the Indian movies. And they lived happily ever after. Have you seen this? In the old movies, they would put, and they lived happily ever after. If there is any lie ever spoken, this is it. Because first of all, they would never live forever after, and they would not live happily ever after. Anyway, why I'm saying this story is, we imagine that Krishna will be happy if I chant 64 rounds, if I do more austerities, if I do this, if I do that. But there are so many lectures that Prabhupada says, Krishna is so nice. You just hear Prabhupada's classes. This phrase is so common. Krishna is so nice. And in one recent class I was hearing Prabhupada says, prayer means telling Krishna, Krishna, please accept me. Wherever we are, we can tell Krishna, please accept me. You don't have to wait till you become a pure devotee to be loved by Krishna. I remember once telling Jananivas Prabhu, Prabhu, when will we become pure devotees? When will we become free of all the negativities? He said, why are you worrying about that? Wherever you are, just tell Krishna, Krishna, please accept me. That's it. So similarly, we just need to say that. And Vyasadeva has done all the things. He has made great systems. He has made all the Vedas into divisions. But Krishna doesn't care for all of that. And Vyasadeva has done a lot of indirect preaching also. Through Mahabharata. We do a lot of indirect preaching. Devotees do bridge preaching, which is needed. But they will feel dry. Unless they are connected with Krishna. And some of the devotees who are doing the greatest indirect preaching, I've seen them. They do a lot of direct devotional service. They do deity worship. As a service, they may do indirect preaching. But in their heart of hearts, they love Krishna. So many people are there who are interested in Krishna. Why don't you So Vyasadeva, Narad Muni, when later he comes, Narad Muni comes and tells him, what are you doing? Why are you not directly giving Krishna? And Vyasadeva realizes, I have done a big mistake. Maybe I haven't glorified Krishna purely, and that's why I'm suffering. So at that time, his Guru Maharaj comes there, Narad Muni. See, there's a very big difference. I want to make a clarification. Vyasadeva was depressed. You may say, well, I'm also depressed. I think we are same. There's a very big difference between Vyasadeva being lonely and depressed and we getting depressed. The difference is when you are depressed, you may watch Netflix. When Vyasadeva is depressed, Bhagavatam comes out. When Arjuna was depressed, Bhagavad-Gita came out. Right? When great souls are bewildered, there is auspiciousness in that bewilderment because that helps everyone come closer to Krishna. So we should not be bewildered by the bewilderment of great devotees. That's very important. Rupa Goswami says in one prayer that may the bewilderment of Mother Yashoda protect us. So great devotees get bewildered. So Vyasadeva is not defective when he is despondent. Please don't judge him. Don't think that he is wrong. But it is important that we hear about this pastime because we understand that we need to glorify Krishna. Somehow we have to get connected to Krishna. And I want to there is one very beautiful verse which says, everybody is looking for happiness, nectar, life, energy. Where is that nectar available? There is a very beautiful verse which says, Abdo vido vadumukhe faninam nivasa swarge sudha vasati vai vibudha vadanti ksharam kshayam patimrutam garalam patantam kante sudha vasati vai bhagavad jananam. This verse says, people are looking for energy, people are looking for happiness. Where is it available? Some people say it's available in the ocean, Abdo, because there was a churning of the milk ocean and nectar came out. So the nectar is available in the ocean, Abdo, Vido. Oh no, maybe the nectar is available in the moon. Because there is a story of moon, nectar drops falling on Lord Shiva's garland of skulls, and the nectar drop fell on Lord Shiva's garland of skull, and those skulls started jumping and dancing. So there is nectar in the moon. Abdo vido vadumukhe. Somebody may say, no, there is nectar in my wife's beautiful face. Vadumukhe. When I see her, I get a lot of energy. I feel very happy. Well, so that is, people say this is the third place where there is nectar. Abdo vido vadumukhe phaninam nivasa. In the Nagaloka, in the planet of the snakes, there is nectar because when Bhima was fed a poisoned cake and he was thrown into the Nagaloka, the snakes came and they recovered and he revived because of the Nagaloka, they gave him nectar. And then the last word says, Abdo vido vadumukhe faninam nivasa swarge. Oh, nectar is available in the heaven. Swarge sudha vasati vai vibudha vadanti. Intelligent people say that nectar is available in these 5 places. What are these 5 places? Ocean, moon, wife's beautiful face, the Nagaloka, and the heavenly planets. These are the 5 places where nectar is available. And the third line says, no, this cannot be true because Ksharam Kshayam Patimritam Garalam Patantam. Ksharam? Ocean there is nectar, then why while churning the milk ocean, halahal poison came out? Why did Lord Shiva have to drink poison? That means there is no nectar in the ocean. And moon god? If moon has nectar, why does the moon wane? Why is there Amavasya? Why after 15 days the full moon goes away and becomes no moon? And Patibratam, okay, Vadumukhe, your wife's face is so beautiful, then why are you getting old and dying? You should get more life after seeing your wife's beautiful face. For there is no nectar there also. And Paninam, oh, Nagaloka, then why snakes give poison? When snake bites you, why do you die? That means there is no nectar in us, Nagaloka. And heavenly planets, then why do heavenly beings also fall down? That means there is no nectar there. Then where is the nectar available? The Bhagavatam declares, Ksharam Kshayam Patimritam Garalam Patantam Kanthe Sudavasati Vai Bhagavad Jananam. Wherever sincere devotees of Krishna glorify Krishna, that is where nectar is available. That will give us life. So like this, the scriptures very beautifully glorify. And I know many devotees say, Prabhu, but I am suffering, I have a lot of struggles, I don't have attraction for Krishna also. I don't know, I don't know if you have experienced this. If you are hearing Krishna Katha, have you ever felt sleepy? I feel sleepy many times when Krishna Katha is going on. You feel sleepy, right? But if somebody glorifies you, like somebody is talking about me, I'll never feel sleepy. I'll be like wide awake. Yes. But when Krishna is glorified, we fall sleepy. But does that mean we are hopeless? Does that mean we are bad? No problem. What is most important is a desire. See, if you want to experience anything in life, you need 3 things. Desire, ability, and opportunity. I'll give an example. If there is a Chappan Bhog feast, huge feast, okay? And there's a special invitation, only those special guests will be called, and there's going to be a special Govinda's restaurant, feast, Chappan Bhog, and only by invitation. And let us say you are not invited. So now you have no opportunity. So you can't experience this. So to experience anything, you need an opportunity to experience. And you may be invited, but ability. Let's say you had diarrhea, you are sick, you have fever, and you have no you are very, very sick. So you have no ability, although you have been given an invitation for this Chappan Bhog feast, you have the opportunity to enjoy the feast, but you can't experience it because although you have the opportunity, what do you lack? Ability you don't have. Let us say you have the opportunity, you have been invited, and you also have the ability. You are not sick. But third, most important, you have no desire. Let's say you just heard that somebody you love has passed away or something has happened or you failed in an exam. You have no desire. If you have no desire, then you can't enjoy that feast and you can't get that experience. So in generally, to experience something, you need all the 3. Desire, ability, and opportunity. But in Krishna consciousness, it's very different. Even if you don't have the opportunity, even if you don't have the ability, the desire is sufficient. Krishna, I want to love you. Krishna, I want to experience you. What is this? Great devotees are always talking about you. What is it that's nectar that these devotees are experiencing? I also want to experience what they are experiencing. I don't have the ability. I may not have the opportunity, but I have a desire. Krishna will arrange the ability. Krishna will arrange the opportunity. I'll tell you, I'm living in an ashram for 25 years and I've seen some examples, classic examples. I'll tell you this example. This may really inspire you. I have a friend in the ashram who I thought doesn't have attraction for Krishna. In the sense, I thought he's very... when I joined the ashram, we would chant japa with the devotees, we would chant Krishna's name, and I would never fall sleepy while chanting. I would always chant like this. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna. And I thought I'm very good. And I would have this card, sadhana card, where I would track my spiritual progress. And I would write, okay, today I heard so many classes, I read so much scriptures, I chanted so many rounds, tick, tick. I would give myself marks, 8 out of 10, 9 out of 10. Good, I'm doing good, I'm going closer to Krishna. I'm a good devotee. And this devotee, he would chant like this, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, and fall asleep. That one Maha Mantra, he would doze off 3 times. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, 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 Hare Ram, and I would sit next to him and I would pat him on the lap. And he would like, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram. So I would call him, he's doing namaz japa, namaz. He would constantly keep going down. And then I thought, he's very poor in his devotional standards. And the Bhagavatam class, like you're all sitting now, attentively hearing, you would be in the class because the morning program would start at 5 and it would go on till 9:30, 9:15. And in the class, he would again fall sleepy. And sometimes he would stand and hear the class because he couldn't sit. And sometimes while standing also, he would fall asleep. So he would walk, pace up and down and hear the class. And I would look at him and I would say, oh, he has a long way to go. And I would judge him like that. But I didn't tell him anything. And he would always be like, Prabhu, please help me. I'm very poor. I don't have taste in bhakti. So I was like, okay. But I would give myself good score on my sadhana card because I was doing good. And I also gave extra marks to myself because I was helping him. And one day something interesting happened. We went for a program, we came back. We came at around 1:30 in the night. It was very late. So I slept at around 1:45, got up at 4 because we had to get up for the Mangalarati. And I sat for japa. And the first time I felt sleepy. Hare Krishna. And I was like, so both of us were doing namaz that day. And then after some time, around 6:30, my body just couldn't take it because I was sleep deprived. So I got up, and we have a place called Sevastan where Sikh devotees recuperate. We have 3 beds. Generally, brahmacharis during those, we used to sleep on the floor with one small mat. But this Sevastan, which is like a health room, it had very soft beds, cushion, very cozy, and air conditioned. So when I went there, I wanted to sleep. I was very, very exhausted. So at 6:30 I went, I saw this Sevastan, I saw this room, I saw one bed was empty. And I got so tempted, I just fell on it. And no sooner I hit the bed, I fell asleep. 2 hours later, I woke up at around 8:45, 2 hours of excellent rest. And I woke up, the Bhagavatam class is going on. So I came running to the class, and I sat in the class, like you are sitting, I just came and I sat. Okay. And I was fresh. And then I suddenly realized, this devotee, this brahmachari who I saw every day was sleeping. I saw he's next to me. And he's again the same way, sleeping, dozing, and he's standing. And that was a moment of epiphany for me. I realized, my God, he's struggling every day, but he's never given up. And one day I couldn't stay awake and I gave up the fight. That was like somebody hitting me, Krishna slapping me, and then I got a realization. I looked at the altar, I felt Krishna is telling me, you rascal, you are keeping your sadhana card scores? I have the original with me. You are giving yourself 8 out of 10, I give you 0. And if he had a sadhana card, he would have given himself maybe 1 out of 10 or 0 out of 10, and I give him 9 out of 10. Because look at his mood, look at his attitude. He's like, Krishna, help me. And I looked at him and he looked at me and he said, please pray for me. I was like, he's so dear to Krishna because he's having this mood. So the point is, Krishna doesn't care for externals. Krishna is waiting to see, can we once tell him, Krishna, I love you. Krishna, I want to experience your presence in my life. Regardless of who we are. You may be a big sannyasi or you may be an unknown devotee. It doesn't matter. And Vyasadev's biggest mistake was in this, again, I'm repeating, when we are saying mistake, he is definitely far, far more advanced than all of us. But in this context, his mistake was he thought all the systems that he had made is more important than glorifying Krishna purely. And when his Guru Maharaj comes there, Narad Muni comes there, Narad Muni looks at him and says, my dear disciple, how are you? Are you happy? Very sarcastically he says, Parasharya Mahabhaga Bhavata Kachidatmana Paritushyati Sharira Atma Manasa Evava. Oh, my dear great son of Parashar Muni is glorifying his family lineage. Just like Krishna also, very sarcastically tells Arjuna, the Bhagavad-Gita, before giving Bhagavad-Gita knowledge, Krishna tells Arjuna, oh, great son of Kunti, are you happy? Similarly, Narad Muni is telling Vyasadeva, oh, great son of Parashar Muni, you must be very happy, no? You have glorified the body and mind in your Vedic literatures. So you must be very happy. So Vyasadeva immediately understands, oh, my spiritual master is sarcastic. He has understood that I am not happy. Immediately falls at his feet. He says, no, please help me. Please guide me. Please tell me where have I gone wrong. I am feeling a vacuum. I need help. Vyasadeva is the greatest author of Vedas, but he is vulnerable. He is not refusing to take help. Sometimes we become senior devotees. We think, I have to help everyone else. But I also need help. A doctor, doesn't he get COVID? A doctor also can get COVID, right? A preacher can also be in Maya. A great leader can also be a victim of the illusory energy. So Vyasadeva, although he is the compiler of the Vedas, he also needs a guru. So Vyasadeva surrenders and he says, please help me. And you know everything, my dear Guru, Gurudev, please. And then Narad Muni, look at his answer. Look at the verdict he gives now. Just imagine, Vyasadeva has written all the Vedas. Vyasadeva has done everything perfect. And his Guru Maharaj tells him what? Bhavata anudita prayam yasho bhagavato malam yenaiva saunatusheta manyeta darshanam khilam. My dear disciple, whatever you have written so far is all waste. When I read that, I was like shocked. I mean, I wrote one book and I was like, I wanted everybody to appreciate it. And here is a person who's written so many books. And his spiritual master says, all that you've written is all waste. How will an author feel? Because he says, you have not glorified Krishna purely. And he says, the vacuum will remain in your heart till you glorify Krishna purely. See, Narada is spot on. He says, you have described dharma, artha, kama, moksha, but what about Krishna? You may say, but Vyasadeva has spoken about Krishna in Mahabharata. He has spoken about Krishna in Narsimha Puran. He has spoken about Krishna in different Puranas. Yes, but he has spoken mainly about dharma, artha, kama, moksha, and Krishna prem, Krishna bhakti is little bit. You know, have you eaten Gujarati prasad? All of you know in England, you are aware of Gujarati prasad. So when we are taking Gujarati prasad, I've seen they give a lot of chutney, pickles, salt, all that is there in the side. And the main dish comes. About hundiyu, handwa. That's the main dish, right? So just imagine you are taking prasadam, you're sitting for prasadam, and they serve you the main dish. They serve a little bit on the side. And the pickles, so much chutney. You will say, but this is not the main dish. Similarly, what did Vyasadeva do? The main thing, Krishna Shuddha Bhakti, he gave it little bit, like pickles or chutney. And Dharma, Artha, Kama, Moksha, he gave that as the main dish. So that's why Narad Muni is saying, it's not correct. That's why you're feeling incomplete. You change it. So Narad Muni doesn't flatter his disciple. He tells him directly, my dear disciple, you have to glorify Krishna purely. Don't hesitate. And when you experience, and that's why he could chastise his disciple. When Srila Prabhupada would chastise his disciples, he would call them rascal. Sometimes we get bewildered, but we should know it is out of love. When you love someone, just the word rascal comes out of compassion. It's not spoken with animosity. A grandfatherly love. There is one lecture I was hearing of Srila Prabhupada, 1974, Melbourne. And the whole class, Srila Prabhupada is saying, rascal, rascal, so many times. Surrender to Krishna, you rascal. So I'm finding it very funny actually. And then, after the class, one man says, Swamiji, what is the essence of the Bhagavad-Gita? So Prabhupada says, the essence of Gita is, Krishna tells Arjuna, you rascal, surrender unto me. And if you don't surrender, you are not only rascal, you are rascal number 1. I was like, and everybody is laughing, everybody is laughing in the class. So then I was like, I could see Prabhupada is preaching from a space of compassion and love. There's another lecture of Srila Prabhupada, it's a room conversation, June 23, 1976. You can check it out on the internet, you'll get it. It's New Vrindavan, room conversation, and Srila Prabhupada is playing the role of a devotee and the others are acting as scientists. So, they play the devil's advocate, they have this debate. So then Prabhupada says, you rascal! So they are going back and forth. And the one devotee, he uses a very interesting argument. He says, why do you call us rascal? Because that argument is going on. And Prabhupada is saying, you scientist, you are a rascal. So when this devotee challenged, why do you call us a rascal? And Srila Prabhupada's spontaneous answer, right from the heart. He says, he didn't think, he didn't have to plan an answer. When he said, why do you call us a rascal? Prabhupada said, because I love you. And I can't see you suffer and go to hell. So please take to Krishna consciousness. You understand, you rascal? Again, Prabhupada called. So, so Narad Muni is in that mood now. Because he is having, he's loving Krishna so much. And he says, you are capable of giving everybody Krishna. Why are you wasting your life? Give direct Krishna Katha. So see, when gurus don't have a relationship with Krishna, they present themselves as very peace-loving sadhus. If somebody really loves Krishna, he'll have compassion. He will glorify Krishna. So anyway, there's a long pastime, and then Narad Muni says a beautiful verse. These 2 verses I want to chant, and then we'll end the class. I've taken a lot of your time. So Narad Muni, in his final instructions to Vyasdev, says, please glorify Krishna, don't hesitate. And then he says, Nayadvachas chitra padam harer yasho jagat pavitram pragranita karihi chit tadvayasam tirtamushanti manasa nayatra hamsa niramantu shikshaya. He says, those words which do not glorify Krishna purely, they are like a place of pilgrimage for crows. Tadvayasam tirtam. I mean, imagine a place of pilgrimage for crows. What does that mean? Where do crows go? You don't see them in England so much, but in India, crows will always go to the place where there is a garbage can. Nayatra hamsa niramantu shikshaya. He says, swan-like devotees won't go there. So Vyasdev, write and glorify Krishna. Swan-like devotees will come there. You have written so much for the others. We say, it's an offense to, what is that? We say, 9th offense, to instruct a faithless person about the glories of the holy name. It's in one sense also an offense to not glorify Krishna to those who want to hear about Krishna. Why don't you write? So he says that the devotees who are like swans will not go to the place where crows go. Means where sensuous topics are discussed. Srila Prabhupada writes in the purport, swan-like devotees don't go to the place where crows gather for conferences and meetings. So we have inside us crow also and a swan also. Maybe 50% crow and 70% or 50% swan, or maybe 30-70. So the whole bhakti process is to reduce the crow percentage and increase the swan percentage. Increase that. And then finally Narad Muni says something amazing. He says, and instead of this, if you simply glorify Krishna, you know what will happen? He says there will be a revolution in the world. And this is amazing verse because Srila Prabhupada wrote this before he went to America. This is the first canto. Just imagine this. Prabhupada is writing this in 1960s, early 1960s. And this verse is basically, in one sense, predicting what Srila Prabhupada would do. And that is, Yadvag visargo janataga viplavo yasmin pratishlokam abudya vatyapi namananantasya yashon kitaniyat shrinvanti gayanti grananti sadhava. Narad Muni is saying, on the other hand, if you simply glorify Krishna, there will be viplavo, there will be a revolution in the human society. People will become devotees in thousands of numbers. And the best part is, if your glorification of Krishna is full of mistakes, yasmin pratishlokam abhadya. Abhadya vatyapi means it's imperfectly composed. It has grammatical mistakes. You may not be a great speaker. You may have mistakes in your presentation, but still because you are glorifying Krishna, namanananta sayashon kitaniyat, because Krishna has spotless qualities, shrinvanti gayanti grananti sadhava. Everybody will be happy. So, and look at Prabhupada's humility. He writes in the purport, English is a foreign language for me. I'm from Bengal. And what I'm writing right now is full of literary discrepancies, but I'm confident that this book will create a revolution in the human civilization because my intention is pure. I mean, it is as if he's predicting his own success. It's 5-6 years before he went to US. And when I read this purport, I get a lot of inspiration. That even if you don't have the skills, even if you don't have the ability, just a desire to glorify Krishna. Srila Prabhupada writes in the purport, if you're in a foreign land and your house catches fire and you want to go and tell the neighbor that there's a fire in your house and you want help, even if you don't know the language, won't you be able to communicate? You will do something. He says, when there is a fire in this material world, we have to tell people to take shelter of Krishna. And Srila Prabhupada says, in some places, yet Srila Prabhupada had a heavy Bengali accent. Any Bengalis here? Nandan Prabhu, please forgive me. I'll say a joke on the Bengalis. Bengalis have a very rich accent. Like when they, of course, Bengali is a very sweet language. When they speak, anybody else who's a Bengali? Don't get offended. But when Bengalis say, they speak so sweetly. It's as if they have a rasgulla in their mouth. They speak. I remember once one Bengali devotee called us home for prasad. I thought he's going to feed us nicely. But he just gave us kartals and if it just to kirtan. Because he had called us, he said, Ghar pe aao bhojan ke liye bhojan. I thought bhojan means food, but he meant bhajan. Bengalis, when they say bhajan, they say bhojan. Bhojan karo. Bhojan karega, Prabhuji. Prasad paega. So they have very funny, very sweet accent actually. They're saying that one Bengali, I'll translate it in English later, but one Bengali wanted to learn poetry from Mirza Ghalib. Mirza Ghalib is a very famous Urdu poet in India. So the Bengali went to Mirza Ghalib and Mirza Ghalib said, please repeat after me. Na gila karte hain, na shikwa karte hain, tum salamat raho, ye dua karte hain. Which means basically, I have no complaints, I have no regrets, I just want you to be happy. It's a very poetic way of saying, very rhetorical way of saying. So the Bengali had to repeat it, but because Bengali's accent was so crazy that the Mirza Ghalib got a heart attack. He said, na gila karte hain, na shikwa karte hain, tum salamat raho, ye dua karte hain. So the Bengali repeated, na gila kurta hai, na सूखा कुर्ता है, तुम साला मत रहो, ये दुआ करता है. I can't translate this into English. Basically, he broke the words, the meaning became completely different. So Bengalis have a very, very different accent. And when Srila Prabhupada was speaking in America, the hippies, the young boys and girls were coming for classes. Many of them couldn't understand Srila Prabhupada's English. You know that? Like the first few months, he gave lectures on Chaitanya Charitamrita. He gave lectures on, and he said, we will discuss Sanatan Goswami meeting Chaitanya Mahaprabhu for first 3 months. And these young boys were sitting in the class, Bruce, Chuck, Steve. They had no idea who Sanatan Goswami, what Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. In fact, the notes, many of them wrote notes in the class. They wrote Sanatan, many of them wrote the spelling of Sanatan as suntan. Some of them wrote as sonoton. Everybody wrote a different spelling. In fact, in one class, Srila Prabhupada said, so Chaitanya Mahaprabhu has come to shave all of you. So these hippies had long hair. So they thought Chaitanya Mahaprabhu has come to shave. And they looked at each other and Prabhupada looked at them. Prabhupada smiled. Prabhupada understood what they are thinking. And then Prabhupada said, yes, he has come to save and shave, both. He will do both. So Srila Prabhupada had a Bengali body. He said that sometimes, I have a Bengali body. But he had this amazing desire to glorify Krishna, which didn't. That's why you see Srila Prabhupada's lectures, you'll see, does he have any notes? Have you ever seen Srila Prabhupada have any notes? I hear Prabhupada's classes daily. I have a small device, red color box. And it's amazing, sometimes I just sit and I hear one full class and I check the class on the Veda-based folio and the transcript also. And I'm amazed by the logical flow and the connectivity. I mean, only intellectuals, somebody who systematically prepared a class can speak like that. I mean, it's like you systematically prepare a class, and I found that systematic connection in his classes. And I'm simply blown away. And here is a person who's spontaneously giving a class without preparing. Because his whole life was a preparation, and he wanted to just glorify Krishna. Once he came to, he was in Manor, and then he was supposed to go to America. And Bhagavan Prabhu from France, he was in France. He said, we have arranged a big program for you, Prabhupada, in Olympia Theatre. Thousands of people will come. Please come here for the program. Prabhupada said, no, I am scheduled to go to US. I can't come here. No, Prabhupada, please come. So Bhagavan Prabhu kept pushing. So Srila Prabhupada said, what to do? I will agree to you because nobody can say no to Bhagavan. So then Prabhupada said, okay. And Prabhupada went to that place and they had promised big thing, but only 35, 40 people came for the program. So devotees were very apologetic because they had anticipated thousands of people. So when they apologized, Srila Prabhupada made a very beautiful statement. He said, it's okay, nobody came. He said, the very famous, I don't remember the exact words, but it is something like this. Srila Prabhupada said, I don't care if nobody comes. I will glorify to the sun. I will shout to the sky. I will shout to the moons and I will shout to the stars that Krishna is the most wonderful personality. Because I want a certificate from Krishna that here was a sincere person who glorified me. I don't want a certificate from a pack of donkeys. So Srila Prabhupada was very happy to glorify Krishna, regardless of the situation, and the revolution happened. Today we have so many devotees everywhere. So therefore, Srila Prabhupada has taught us this mood, which Narad Muni is teaching Vyasadeva here. Just glorify Krishna. Actually, there is a lot more we can discuss on this, but I would like to pause here for some time. If there are some questions, we can take at this point of time. So, to conclude, we spoke about three aspects of hearing Krishna Katha. One is the relief we experience. Whose example we discussed for relief? Whose example we discussed for relief? The scriptural example. We are discussing 3 points about Krishna Katha giving us relief, happiness, and clarity. For relief, we discussed which pastime? Arjuna, right. And for happiness, in love, Rukmini. And now clarity, who is getting? Vyasadeva. So like this, Krishna Katha promises all these 3. So I'll stop here. Any questions or comments regarding this today's topic, Krishna Katha, theory or practical? Yeah, microphone. Yes.
Hare Krishna Prabhu, thank you for your class. In the first section on relief, you mentioned this point about how devotees they may not have peace of mind, but they have peace of heart. And so I was just wondering if you could perhaps elaborate on the difference between the mind space and the heart space.
Peace of mind and peace of heart. I meant devotees who have a peace of heart, they trust Krishna's timing. And they will tolerate the suffering that they're going through. Faith has 3 components. One is knowledge. We have knowledge about Krishna. Krishna is Supreme Personality of Godhead. Bhagavad-Gita says this. So you think, he has a lot of faith because he has knowledge. But knowledge is only one component of faith. There are many PhD scholars who know a lot about Krishna, but they don't have the second component of faith, which is belief. They don't believe what they know. Like, some devotees went to meet a PhD scholar on Krishna's Rupa Goswami's Bhakti Rasamrita Sindhu. And where he had to meet this scholar? He met this scholar in a pub. And this scholar, who has done a lot of research on Sanskrit and Rupa Goswami's works, was drinking his beer and discussing with the devotee. And the devotee was bewildered. And this scholar is telling him, right now what I'm doing, I think this will qualify me to the 3rd hell, right? I may be going to the all the 4 hells. So he knows which hell he's going. So he has all the knowledge. So knowledge is there, but he doesn't have belief. He doesn't believe it to be true. So faith includes 3 components. One is 3 components. First is knowledge. Second is belief. There are some people who have belief also. But devotees who have peace of heart, I meant, they have the 3rd component of faith, which is trust. You may believe these statements to be true, but trust is, will this be true for me? That is trust. Like Krishna protects his devotees. I know the verses. That is knowledge. Krishna protects devotees. I believe in it. That is belief. But will Krishna protect me? That is trust. If I chant more now, if I make that commitment, I'm showing trust. That is a devotee has. So a devotee who has peace of heart, although he may be disturbed mentally, he is having this trust, he is willing to wait. Krishna does love me, Krishna does protect me. I was staying in a village for 8 months. I used to see every day walking through that one shop, a plastic chair shop. And the owner of the shop was a very big man, very big size. and he would sit on the counter, and his salespeople would be talking about the chair to the customers, prospective customers. So I could see they all have knowledge about the chair. And sometimes the owner himself would come and explain this knowledge, the chair is made of this. And he would speak with conviction. I knew that he has knowledge and he has belief. But I would think, if he has trust, he would stand on that chair to convince the prospective customers to buy the chair. So similarly, we have knowledge many times about Krishna, we also have belief. But trust is, so devotees who have peace of heart, I give an example from a very famous Hindi movie character during earlier days. There was a hero called Rajkumar. Rajkumar was a very famous actor who was known for his very powerful dialogues. So there's a very famous dialogue he says, I'll translate it into English. He says, "Hum tumhe marenge, zarur marenge. पर वो बंदूक भी हमारी होगी, वो गोली भी हमारी होगी, वो वक्त भी हमारा होगा." He says, so he's a hero, and he says in a very characteristic style that, I'm going to kill you, I'm going to surely kill you. But the gun will be mine, the bullet will be mine, and the time will also be mine. So when I say this, I say that Krishna is the original Rajkumar, he's the original prince. So when Krishna looks at a devotee, he says, "Prabhu, hum tumhe bachayenge, zarur bachayenge. I will protect you, I will surely protect you. पर वो situation भी हमारा होगा, वो planning भी हमारा होगा, वो वक्त भी हमारा होगा. The situation will be mine, planning will be mine, and the time will be mine." So Krishna's sense of timing is amazing. So devotees who have peace of heart, I have seen they go through terrible reversals in their life. Their whole life is a mess, but they carry that peace in their heart. They attract other devotees. I have seen people, very good preachers, very nice, very loving, and then I hear about their life's challenges. I'm like, wow, they live with grace and dignity. They have that faith in Krishna. So that's what I meant by peace of heart. That a lot of pain and suffering is there in the devotee's life also. But they somehow have that, they are experiencing Krishna in their life. Look at Srila Prabhupada. His children, he had 8 children, out of which 3 died. Out of 5 of them, the remaining 5, only 1 accepted Srila Prabhupada. Basically, you have 8 children and 7 of them reject you. What can be greater pain for a parent? In fact, Sulakshana, she refused to get married because she was hurt. Her father did this. All the children, our Yogeshwar Prabhu writes in great detail about the children. And then one of them went mad. He was picking up from the slum, from the gutters and the drainage of Kolkata streets. He fell in love with a girl, he couldn't marry her. And then he went crazy. Then Prabhupada got him admitted in the best hospital, psychiatrist ward of the best British hospital in Kolkata, treating with the best doctors, and it seemed to work for some time. Then again it didn't work, and the boy left home. He was not found anywhere. So Srila Prabhupada faced so much pain and suffering. He cried when he came to know that his son has gone crazy. And then Srila Prabhupada saw 7 times he started a very big business to help his family. And all 7 times it failed. So failure, suffering, this is Pandavas. They went through so much suffering. And Bhishma Dev says, "Muyanti kavayopi," I am bewildered why great devotees go through suffering. So devotees will go through all this, but Krishna uses them to teach us. Because if we are put in that, we won't be able to handle it. So Prabhupada gives the example that in the traditional Indian household, the mother-in-law has seen the daughter-in-law has just come into the house, and she knows that if she scolds her for some mistake, the daughter-in-law won't be able to take it. So what does the mother-in-law do? She shouts at her own daughter, "You stupid girl, why did you do this?" The daughter-in-law hears, "Oh, I shouldn't be doing this." So Prabhupada says, similarly, Krishna knows if he gives us that kind of suffering like he gave to the Pandavas, we will not be able to take it. So he gives it to few devotees who are very close to him, so that we learn lessons from it. So like this, devotees have peace of heart, although they go through so much suffering. Otherwise, how do you explain Kunti Devi praying that, "Krishna, give me more troubles"? How can anybody pray like this? Vipada santuta shashvat tatra tatra jagadguru bhavato darshanam yasyad apunar bhava darshanat. Give me more and more. In fact, this verse, First time when I heard this verse, and we have this habit of memorizing verses. When this verse came, I didn't memorize it. I was scared because I thought if I memorize it and if I keep chanting it, Krishna give me troubles. And Krishna hears me chanting, then Krishna says, Tathastu. I may regret it later. But I know Krishna knows better. But yeah, so this is a real powerful verse. So that means she's definitely experiencing something much deeper. So that's how devotees have peace of heart, although they go through suffering. Is that okay? Yes, Krishna going through.
Hare Krishna, thank you so much, Vajrabihari Prabhu,
Thank
for the
you.
wonderful class. So just a couple of questions. If Lord Vyasadeva was the literal incarnation of the Supreme Personality of Godhead, how is it possible to understand that he went through depression? How is he not be able to realize about glorifying the Supreme Lord?
I mentioned that in the beginning of the class, during the class I mentioned, right, that this is Lord's pastime. Arjuna also was put in a bewildering condition, right? So that we can understand, otherwise how will we learn lessons? These are pastimes, right? These are pastimes for us to learn, grow, improve. Lord chooses His own dear devotees to teach us lessons. So He can't go through bewilderment. That's why I said, bewilderment of great devotees is not the same as our bewilderment. When we get bewildered, we are attracted by the material energy. When a pure devotee gets bewildered, his devotional service expands more. This is a classic case. Vyasadeva was bewildered, but Bhagavatam came out. Arjuna was bewildered, Bhagavad-Gita came out. Right? So, Yudhishthir Maharaj was bewildered, Bhishma Pitama gave him instructions. Sanatana Goswami was bewildered and Sanatana Goswami contemplated suicide. Sanatana Goswami is our main guru. And then Chaitanya Mahaprabhu instructed him. So, it's very hope-giving that the greatest devotees can be bewildered. So we should not judge someone because he's bewildered or confused. We should judge him by what he does. What he does in that situation. They take shelter of Krishna. That is a lesson for us. See, many of us, we have this crazy idea, bhakti means perfect and pure, no problems. No. It's not what happens to you, how you bounce back. That is more important. Is that okay, bro?
Thank you. And the second question was, as Vyasadeva actually wrote the Mahabharata, didn't that include a crest jewel, the Bhagavad-Gita, which he wrote as well?
Yeah, it did.
So,
Again, I'm saying, these things you cannot discuss technically. There is something called as rasa. Rasa is different from, technical information. Technically, there are many things you can discuss back and forth. But we have to hear this in the mood of rasa. Krishna is Akhila Rasamrita Murti. He is an embodiment of all mellows. And when you are hearing about these subjects, don't activate your head, activate your heart. Keep your intellectual side little aside, just try to see what is Krishna teaching here. Krishna is defined by Rupa Goswami as Akhila Rasamrita Murti. Akhila means all. Rasa means, what is rasa? Like if a mango is kept here, juice. If a mango is kept here, you are attracted by the mango not because of its color or because of the shape. You are actually attracted by the rasa, the mellow, the taste. Right? So the scriptures explain that everything in this world has a taste. We are attracted to a particular relationship because of the taste it gives us. Some of us are attracted to cricket because it gives us some taste. Every activity gives us some rasa. But the scriptures also explain that every rasa in this world will go down with a period of time. Like, you've seen these children chew gum, bubble. I don't know if they do it here, bubble gum. So initially when you chew the gum, what happens? It's very tasty. And after that, after some time it gets boring. So it just simply remains an exercise for the jaws. And then some boys I've seen, they get so bored, but they want to keep chewing the gum. So then they make a bubble out of it. You've seen them doing bubble, and then the big bubble, and then it bursts, and then it gets stuck on the face, and then you've seen them remove it like that? So in this material world, when we enjoy something, initially the rasa, the taste is very good in that relationship or whatever. After some time, it becomes a drag. And then it gets stuck in our consciousness. You just can't remove it. But Krishna is Akhila Rasamrita Murti. That's why when we come in contact with Krishna, the rasa keeps increasing with time. I mean, how do you explain? We have devotees in ISKCON for the last 50 years. They are chanting the same mantras, hearing the same Krishna Katha. That means Krishna is different rasa than material rasa. So when we are hearing about these pastimes, we are supposed to activate the rasa element in our heart. Yes, Vyasdev spoke, there was Bhagavad-Gita there, but as I said, Mahabharata, 1 lakh verses, 700 verses is nothing. Narad Muni is saying, you have given achar, you had fed me your cheese dosa. It's like giving a small piece of cheese dosa. Mataji gives me a small piece of cheese dosa in the side. You eat this. And what is the main dish? Chutney. Eat chutney. So, in the Mahabharata, Vyasdev gave Dharma, Artha, Kama, Moksha. And the actual Krishna, love for Krishna, very little. It's practically insignificant. So Narad Muni is saying, yes, you have given about Krishna. You have given Bhagavad-Gita. But you have to glorify unlimitedly, uninterruptedly. Sufficient, you are not glorified sufficiently, he says. That is the whole thing. Again, I want to make a very big, important clarification. Some of us may have some deep-rooted problems, some patterns repeating, some psychological issues. You may need professional help. So you can't say that, okay, let me just keep doing more chanting and this will be taken care of. No, you have to do both. We have to do the needful. Sometimes devotees, what the psychologists call spiritual bypass. We think that we will be able to overcome our problem simply by doing devotional service. That's not fair. We are making Krishna our servant. Krishna is not supposed to Krishna is not a servant. We are supposed to serve Krishna. So if you have a dental problem, you go to a dentist and you can also chant Hare Krishna. Right? And if you have some recurring problems and you are not able to overcome it, and devotees are helping you, if devotees tell you, or your well-wishers, they are suggesting that you take some professional help, then you do that, take that, along with chanting Krishna's name and along with hearing Krishna's name. Because Krishna comes to the form of his devotees, and devotees are our well-wishers. Hare Krishna. Anything else? And last question, we can end with that. Okay, both of you.
Hare Krishna. Hiya. Okay, just want to share an experience
Yeah.
about the auntie-uncle scenario. I think because I came from that kind of culture, I made my children call the neighbors auntie-uncle. And one day they came home, and he said, when I said, greet the neighbors, Uncle so-and-so, and he said to me, that's not my uncle. And it connects with clarification, I think. So, yeah, it goes to show, isn't it? But in fact, they still call them auntie and uncle even today, and they're a lot older, in their 30s and 40s. So it's the respect, and they grew up with that, so they kept it up.
Yeah. Thank you. Yes, Mataji, you can speak loud. I'll repeat it on the microphone.
Hare Krishna. I was just thinking about the beautiful description that you just said about Vyasadeva meeting with his Guru, Narad Muni, and the Srimad Bhagavatam, of writing in the Srimad Bhagavatam. So this is the earthly planets we are taking benefit, and the chanting in the Srimad Bhagavatam is done. I'm just wondering about the heavenly planets or the hellish planets. Do they have Srimad Bhagavatam and
Yeah.
variety of ways?
Yeah, I heard that there are Srimad Bhagavatam with, this is 18,000 verses, but there are Bhagavatam with 1 lakh verses also. I've heard about that. But I have no access to that. But yeah, I'm sure there are devotees who are... There is Bhagavatam Katha going on everywhere, in the higher planets also. So like that.
So there is chance for them also to be...
Yes. Bhagavatam is the deliverer for everyone. Yes. So I thank all of you for your sincere participation, and thank you for giving me an opportunity to serve all of you. Hare Krishna. Grantaraj Srimad Bhagavatam ki jai. Srila Prabhupada ki jai. Hari Bol.
His Grace Raj Bihari Prabhu ki. So again, on behalf of ISKCON Bhaktivedanta Manor, we'd like to give a really, really heartfelt thank you to Raj Bihari Prabhu. As mentioned before, it's been a long time coming. Last time Prabhuji was here with us was in 2018, and we hope and pray that this will be a revival of Prabhu's giving us regular association to our yatra after a bit of a gap. Thank you so much. Prabhuji is always very busy, but he took time out to do this nice evening temple program with us. Prabhuji will be also giving Chaitanya Charitamrita class on Sunday morning as well. As of now, that is the schedule that we have. Let's see if there's anything more in store. But yeah, we hope that Prabhuji will come again. Please give 3 loud Haribols for Raj Bihari Prabhu. Haribol! 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 Thank you very much. Obviously, Raj Bihari Prabhu talked a lot about the value of Krishna Katha and the different aspects to it. We have a table outside. So for those of you who want to know more about the kind of Krishna conscious education, want to learn more about Krishna Katha, then please do check out the offerings we've got at the manor as well. And, get yourself signed up as well. Yeah, thank you very much for coming. We have, of course, Aarti in about just under 20 minutes. So please stick around. There'll be Mahaprasadam being served as well. Okay, thank you very much. Hare Krishna. Gantharaj Srimad Bhagavatam ki. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Nandan.
Missed your association.